Hello. Hey. How you doing? Welcome. I hope you are doing good. Welcome in. It always takes a while for me to appear. I don't know why. What? I'm fine. Sort of. God, I love that yeet so much though. It's so powerful. What? Maybe it's too powerful. Let me try to turn it down just a little bit and see how it looks like. I'm curious. I'm very curious. E power? Maybe like 80? Thanks for pay. Hi Jay. Hi Brian. Welcome in. I hope you are doing good. It's not as powerful though. No, the pet. No, the pet. Wait. It's super hot today. Good God. Okay, how hot? I'm sweating. Yeah. Hi. Look at me swaying my hips. I'm swaying my hips. What? Oh my God, look at that. Holy shit. Hey. I'm sweating under 16-degree air-conditioned room. Yeah, that's how hot it is. Good fucking God, man. It's so hot today. I don't like it. Why? I wish it would be raining, like, for the past few days. Wait, give me a second. I need to... Oh, my spectacle is fogging up. Holy shit. Okay, wait, give me a second. Oh no, it's getting out of hand. Holy shit. Yep. Kobo drunk? Am I? Is that drunk? I'm not wearing my spectacles. I cannot read. Oh, that is drunk. Oh, my eye is good. God, why are my spectacles fogging up? I don't understand. Give me a second. I assure. Oh my god. Okay, that's good. Look, I'm sorry for being late. Super late today. I know I've been late all the time, but I have to come clean. I've been oversleeping a lot lately, and not only that, because I've been sleeping a lot, you know, like overslept. It's kind of bad, but also that when I have like a bit of a side work that I need to do, it's not like a paid work. It's just like a little bit that I like to do, helping of some sort, you know, with my friend and stuff. It's a side work, but because I woke up late lately and also, you know, need to help out with something, so I'm kind of late. Actually, scratch that, I'm not kind of late. I am very fucking late. But honestly, I came home at around 12:17, something like that. I reached home, I think, around that time. And then something happened. Stomach issues. Maybe I ate something too spicy. So I had some stomach issues, like, why? Hey, goddamn! You know what? I'm taking off my shirt. Goddamn it! It's too hot. I cannot. Give me a second. Shit! Goddamn! 热到半死，今天吐。Okay. Hey. That felt good. It's all that dragon come. I knew it was spicy. I mean, yeah, it's dragon. I mean, I don't know. What do you mean? How would I know that dragon come is spicy? I don't know. Your bottom, you would know. So I trust this 100%. Hey yo, holy shit. Who's more bottom, me or Ixon? I don't know. Am I bottom? Am I bottom? I don't know. What am I? What would I be? I don't think I exude top energy. Yeah, I'm a kobold. But I don't know. True. Do it. Okay, you know what? True. In 100%, maybe in the Kobo community, maybe. Yeah, hit me, maybe. I can take it, I think. See, the thing is, I'm genuinely curious if I exude top or bottom or switch energy, because I have no idea. I have zero clue on. I don't know. I'm just gonna look. Hey, let's play some Monster Hunter Frontier. Yay! Let's look at Dragon. Since Kobo's low voice can shift genders when needed. I heard about that. Yeah. There's a possibility. If the clan is at stake. Oh, I love the world building a little bit. And the milk. To be fair though, Ixon does exude bottom energy. Don't hate me for saying that. Any other way? No, sorry. You're bottom. Oh no! Okay, fine. That's fair, that's fair. You know what? That's fair, that's fair. I did say I'm genuinely curious. Hey, look at, oh my god, it's Monster Hunter Frontier. Oh my god. Oh wow, Blep. Oh my god, Blep. The Monster Hunter Frontier deserves a break. Yeah, let's look at Dragon Puti. Let me log in real quick. Not yet. I haven't watched it yet. I was farming dragons. But then again, after I finished streaming was about 7 p.m. I finished dinner and then I need to go out to the bank. I need to go to the bank to take care of something. Well, go to the bank to just take some money. And mom wants to take some money as well. And then after the bank, I went a little bit of a shopping because mom said that she wants to buy some farming stuff. So I was like, yeah, sure, let's go. We came home at around 9:35 something. And I was like, Dragon Pilot or Monster Hunter Frontier? Monster Hunter Frontier it is. Look, I cannot. It's Monster Hunter. I'll bottom for you, Ayo. That doesn't work. I'm more bottom. Am I? I don't know. Farm some dragon bellies tonight. Depending on your size, there's no way you wouldn't bottom for Kobo else it's impossible. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I forgot what I want to say. The chat turned horny real quick today. I'm not even gonna complain. we are 13 minutes in. And then we have all the milks and shit. I play Mason, same. I play Mason. Not my fault. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. Wait. Kobolds have horns? Yes, true. Kobolds does have horn. I mean, look at me. I love horns. Why do we have Amaterasu playing this game? Oh yeah, guys, look, I have updated my armor. You might notice something very small, but the amount of defense that I have right now is goddamn insane. The defense that I have right now is fucking insane. Just these two, hide and wing, is like 101 and 110. I'm covered in milk. Wait, I'm covered in horns. It's not my fault. Fucking. Wait, did my chat die? Fucking. Wait, my chat died. What the fuck? Let me refresh my stream chat real quick. I can only see the preview of the chat, but not my chat in OBS. A mess. What if I type this? No, it works. No, it doesn't work. Kamzino doesn't... Kamzino! It doesn't appear in my... I'm gonna refresh it. Wee. 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 Sorry, and also my weapon right now is strong as fuck. I upgraded my weapon like twice or 3 times, I think. So you might notice that the longsword is strong as fuck. So today, since I'm now very strong, I'm ready to tackle all the urgent quests and everything. We're gonna get to HR 5 today. And by today, I mean right now. Hi. Omachite. Redeem Koryo points. Apaan ya? Huh? Oh. Cool. Tail time? Ooh. Why are you playing tail time? So just for information, I'm like 30 seconds late and watching chat happen long before Kobo is amusing. 30 seconds delay? Oh shit. Is it on my end? I don't know. I mean, lately my connection has been really bad. Although, dealing with delays, I always do like, what do you call it? I do pause and unpause. It sort of works. We're back to streaming soon. The transmission is heavy. Oh, it's okay. My Ixen sub ran out. I think I still have my Ixen sub. Let me check. I still do. There. Alright, let's do it. Oh, they changed it. Ooh. I'm not saying anything, you bottom. You bottom. I love how there's like a pause in the middle. Bottom. Bento setting. Wait, Hunter Bento. Bento. Cannot order some units are unavailable for purchase. And this one suddenly became sucky. The good stuff is not here anymore. Really? $30, $50, $40, $25. Hoku Hoku Hot Pot. Hoku Hoku Hot Pot is pretty good. This one is also... yeah, Hoku Hoku Hot Pot. There's so many same thing, but different things. Ooh, that's everything, but it sucks. Am I about to watch 63 pages of food? Look at the last one. I got a good selection of tails actually. I need to make my own tail emote, but I don't know how to make one. It needs like 2D animated. Oh god, it's difficult. Oh, none is a tail. Nice. And of course we have Ixen booty. Nice. Very nice. Look at the last one. Yeah, same. They all belong to me fair and square. True. You grab tail, swoosh it. Do I grab my own tail and swoosh it? That's not difficult. Do I want to grab my own tail and swoosh it? Ah, there's nothing good. What is this? This one is good, but I cannot make it. This one is okay. Fine. 1100. No stamina though. No stamina, no defense. Fine, it works. Yeah. Oh hey, we have Nakey Man. Quite espinazo. Swoosh your own tail. My tail has been swooshing if I do this. It's not obvious, but it's there. In my general direction. Oh, but of course for dragon. Where am I going? Suhaiding. Ooh, that's like peak forest? Peak forest? It's forest. I don't think I need any hot or cold drinks. Here we go. Train time? Train. I like train. This is a camp. It's an empty camp. Seriously? Empty camp? And it's breeding season? We'd love to see it. Here we go. Ippy. Ippy trucken. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Wake up, wake up. Wake up, wake up. I'm dead. Let them sleep be? I would. See, the thing is I would, but the game doesn't allow me to. What are you doing? What the fuck? Okay. I like this game. Look at the purple flame. What the fuck? This is cool as fuck. Is it gonna happen again? Probably. Yeah, had a feeling. My god, this bitch is scary. Okay, they can manipulate flames. Charge. Why am I poisoned? Oh, I'm inside the poison fumes. That's why. I didn't bring herbal medicine. This is kind of bad for business. Hi, Evie. What happened to milk in the game? Oh, this is a different game. I didn't name anyone Milk. I have someone named Kobo, and Bonk is my partner. Is it happening again? I'm running away. Had the feeling. So I guess when Espinas does that, I need to... Shit, stop! Holy shit! Oh no. Bad stun. Paralysis? I'm not prepared. I forgot Espinas excels in poison. But would I to see purple flame? Yeah! Purple flame, cool. The toxic is so bad. Just doing it again. Different moves. How to do this? It does that. And after a while it will slam in the middle. Yeah, it does that. And I'm dead. Or not. No, I'm actually dead. Poison. Ooh, this one is difficult. And lurkies? Okay. Have good luck, Ixon. I'm ill prepared for this fight. And standing in the fire, that's fine, I guess. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, chill, that's why. And it's happening again. Nope, it seems to be moving. I guess don't fuck with this. Wait until it's done. Oh, damage! Ooh. Ooh, very bad stun. Oh no! two hit stun. This is kinda bad. It's okay. I'll take this chance. I'm gonna lose this one 200%, which is totally fine. I didn't think White Espinas is gonna be this scary. Did it again. Shit. Going in. Ooh, that was so fast. This might be dead. Every hit is so detrimental. And still 6 and slowly? What? I thought Ixen, I thought Ixen, I love how every time Jake tries to steal something, I just claim it's mine. Mine. Are you mad? Oh, you are, okay. Yeah, don't fuck with this, just wait until it's done. I know looks like a big chance to punish. Unless I have a defensive option, I'm not gonna go in there. Wait until he does this and then go in. Take it slow. I can't have to go around. When I tell you to go, I'm not stopping for weeks on end. It's better to steal you. Okay, got the tail, got the tail. 3. He's good, man. Oh shit, I went into it. I'm poisoned. I'm resourceful. I'm not. Yo, sex dungeon? Oh my god. I don't know why I'm so fascinated by it, but I'm not supposed to be. Like gosh diggity dang. I want to sharpen my knife. I don't know when I can do it. I feel like... Okay, lucky. I'm dead. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I'm dead. I got the tail though. Oh, it didn't aim for me, I'm so lucky. Oh! Hey yo! We take those. I guess you just have to learn the matchup. And also my weapon is strong as fuck, so... Hey, I'll take it. Missing some check. And Kobo with unlimited access to that. Oh, you know what? I'll take it. 7 Kobos and 3 non-Kobo friends. So many Kobo toys. Hey yo. I must be one of them, right? Can I mine this one? No, so this one is just like an arena. Ruby? Oh my god. Oh my god, pardon, yeah, I cannot. 2 rubies. Yeah, 2 frames. Aspiring legend. 5-star rank quest cannot be accessed. Target the stronger monster known as Henshu, Gonshu, and Exotic. Talk to the guy in the Metaportal Square and receive 5 HR5 congratulations. In the clear items, claim grand items. Oh, in the guide, okay. Obtain the Transcendent Piercing 1 and 2 to resign and go to special quests, HR ranking rewards, and clear the quest. Hiden books are available for each weapon type with the Guild Master. Hiden book. Instead, Kobo consenting. Kobo is always down for Dragon, true. Did you see the Akuma trailer? Yeah, for Street Fighter 6? No. But I heard a lot of good things about... A lot of good things about Akumer. Give me something good. Claim benefit, claim item. Event item? Oh, this one. Armor Core FY series. With gold weapons. Shining White Wyvern. 灰阶白龙. The iconic super is so cool. You mean the grab? Isun Sengeki. If Akuma is from Street Fighter, can he Daigo? The grab. We love the grab. I thought Street Fighter 5 is already pretty cool. Top wing, they're good. Elder Dragon top wing, Elder Dragon fluid, claw plus string high string pelt. Big blood, get point ticket. Baru proof, Zeru Ryusu proof. Gallery attack decoration. It's a lot of things. Oh god. Me from Indo. Hey, we have Indonesian in the chat. Well, not in the chat, but in the chat in the game. Watch. Just for you. Why do you have a cat? Just for you. Here, let me mute this game real quick. No, I hit the wrong thing. Anini. Dang. Street Fighter Akuma. Gameplay trailer? Teaser trailer? I'm gonna watch gameplay trailer. This was 4 days ago. This was a month ago. I haven't played Street Fighter in a long time. I wish my PC can handle this game. God damn. I want to play my Big Mama lady. Big Mama gladiator lady.
Where will this path of strife take him?
I make it louder. Hey yo. Ooh. Oh my god, Akuma looks at me like that. Oh shit. He's dead. That's a cool ass stage. Oh my god.
Ready yourself.
Do you have more target combos than I remember?
Witness the abyss before you.
Shakunetsu? Oh. Oh, new move. Creep. Oh, demon flip. It's not flipping anymore. It's demon jump now. It's not demon flip. Look at that. It's demon jump. Oh, that's cool as fuck. Excuse me? Oh, look at that. Classic Akuma. This is Tekken 7 Akuma look though. That's cool as fuck. Oh no. Oh no, wait. No, that's wrong. Oh, fuck me. Delete this character. This is fucking illegal. What do you mean you get to teleport back and teleport forward for a command grab? Oh, bad Oki though, okay. Oh, that's cool! Hey, let's go demon flip full screen!
Emotional damage!
Oh! Are you Reina? Yeah, level 2 wall splats.
Sacrifice yourself to the Satsui no Hano.
I fucking want to play this game by a PC. I swear to fucking God, I would kill. I would punch something. Is there more? Come on, show me the. Yes! Fuck!
I am the true master of the fist.
Yo, fuck, that's cool as fuck. Oh my god.
Die a thousand deaths.
Die a thousand deaths. Become the demon. God damn, I hate it. I want to play this game. We're getting a new PC, get the sub goal. But new PC is like 10k of some shit, no? I think this is the first time you get a level of detail on this Raging Demon. Also, more than input for Demon is 1 button. Delete this fucking character right now. It's supposed to be light punch, forward, light kick, heavy punch. That is the Demon button. You cannot just make it 1 button, game. Goddamn. Oh, this is cool as fuck though. Don't delete this character. I love Akuma. I never played Akuma though, but I love Akuma. Fuck Akuma in Tekken 7 though, but this is cool. Oh, hi Reina. This is not Monster Hunter. I mean, they're hunting the monster that is known as Akuma, I guess. Hi. Hope you're doing good. Well, I'm watching a Street Fighter 6 trailer. Fuck. Get that sub goal. I think I would much prefer coffee, because sub goal is essentially just like a 50-50, but then coffee is like I get 95% or just like straight 100% of the money. From the bits of this trailer, it looks like he's a step slower than his Street Fighter 4-5 counterparts. I never played those games, so I cannot really tell. His flip is very jerky. Oh, when you have EX flip, that's a full screen. Full screen EX flip, we love those. This is so illegal. Oh, that is cool as fuck though. Oh, yeah. Sorry, the distance travel is more of the speed of it. Yeah, but the distance travel is like you are forced to eat a mix if you cannot react to it. That means that at any point of neutral, you have to look out for a demon flip. Yeah, Akuma is a Vortex character. Always has been, I feel like. Like, from the bits that I looked at Street Fighter 5 gameplay, shit. I would just throw my controller. I'm not good with dealing with mix-ups. I'm not. It was faster previous? Maybe. I can't tell. It's just the fact that I have to deal with Demon Flip full screen, it's... It's a cool ass ender though. Cool. It looks like the teleport. Wait, sorry. I think it's around here. It looks like it recovers kind of fast. So I guess, I mean, teleport has always been like a hard read, right? Essentially, it's like a get out of jail free card. But it's like if you read the teleport, you can grab them back. But they can take the throw, unless it's a punish. But it looks like it recovers kind of fast, so I don't know if it's gonna be a punish or not. If you read the teleport. But I don't know. I'm not really that knowledgeable in Street Fighter, so I have no idea. I can't even deal with rolling out of corner in King of Fighters 15. They can get grabbed out of mid teleport. Oh, okay, that's good. That's a cool ass level 3 though. I mean, have you seen this pose though? Oh. Oh, they made Akuma so cool in Street Fighter 6. They're not very consistent. People usually develop a specific punish. Fair enough. It feels like it's like they wait until the teleport finishes and then punish when he's most vulnerable. Yeah, it looks non-existent, right? Not just me. Because you see the punish package is so fast. Yeah. It's super fast. Unless this is like a post-teleport... Unless it's like a post-teleport move. Like a command. Or it's like a special move instead, maybe? I don't know. It looks stupid. But it's cool. I like Akuma. Akuma cool. That's just his forward RHK. Oh, forward HK, you mean? Forward heavy Kyok. I always thought Akuma as the non-vortex character, but the combo heavy character. You know, like if you get hit by Akuma, usually Akuma can confirm any hit into like either a small combo or a big combo, depending on the first hit. I always feel like, yeah, Akuma relies on hitting you and then confirm into a combo to deal damage like that. Not really a vortex character, but I don't know. I mean, if you want vortex character, just who's good at vortex? Who has left right cross up? I don't know. I don't know much about the roster, so I can't tell. I don't know. I would play Akuma. I would 100% main Akuma. When I get to play the game. But for now, eat Monster Hunter. Eat Monster Hunter. Unlocked Heaven and Storm styles? Wait, how do I change? You can get your Book of Secrets. Advance the navigation and reach G rank. The purpose of navigation is to help hunters who are aiming for G rank break through HR efficiently. Come on, let's make these to become G rank hunters. Thanks for the money. Learn about the Book of Secrets. It looks like getting baited out of teleport equals getting drive rush punished. That could be it too, yeah. Which I guess that's why the required reps is so little. That looks so powerful though. When you reach area 5, you can get the Book of Secrets from Guildmaster. Book of Secrets for each weapon type. You can choose the weapon style by equipping the SR. Initially, you can choose between Earth style, Heaven style, and Storm style. Heaven is a style in which a part of Earth style attack behavior is changed. Storm is the style in which some attacks are added to the Heaven style. Apply the S with only the SR equipped. SR? Oh, 소희가 행긴수. The strength of teleport in the older games was the distance it can set you away from your enemy, alongside being able to exit corner, etc. But Drive Rush can easily cross. Oh, that's a good point though, yeah. I don't know, can't say much when I don't get to play it for now. I don't want to assume too many things, or else I'll get cancelled. Daily quests are quests that you take in a limited number of times a day. Consume the daily quest right. Regular, more rewarding than regular quests. HC quest. You take your SR equip indicated with the red red flame. Oh, okay. Select the quest you want to do and change the mode to hardcore. Then you can complete the quest in hardcore mode. So HE is hardcore, huh? During a hardcore quest, you may be able to carve the HC drop of the monster you killed. Drop changes for every monster. Proper HC weapon. About the storm style. The content of this task is related to the past version. It is currently unavailable, so I can just take it. About hidden armor. Production material. Weapon soul. Obtain a book of secrets. Made for each weapon type. Various weapon souls to make one armor. 2 types of armor, red and white. Skills granted are different. Specific hidden skill is also different. Given. Okay. Weapon soul from HC quest. Okay. That's a lot of money. Complete a clan priority request. I don't have a clan. Get out. Achieve my mission. Add the Book of Secrets upgrade mission. With total 250 total stages. Achieve it by using premium gacha coins. Additional buff will be added to Book of Secrets and the effect will be strengthened as you complete them. The buffs are damage reduction, higher attack ceiling, status recovery, and partial HP. I don't remember any of these. This must be like newer stuff. White Espinas. Kurajebia. Brown Espinas. They are not cute. Brown Espinas? Monster introduced in Asia. Oh, okay. This one? Aim for HR 5. Didn't I do it? What is a bookie? Caravan Jewel. HR 7, 6, 200. I don't know why I can take this, it's so funny. 1 go weapon, 1 go armor. Lei Hong. Make and equip 1 go weapon and 1 go armor piece. Weapon types and armor pieces do not matter as long as they are go. Produce on the go weapon section the blacksmith. They require rare materials and large amount of zenny. That's our unique abilities. My armor can make go armor section of the blacksmith. Yeah. Armor is specifically called skill level up. HP and stamina above certain threshold. Activated skill will be upgraded by 1 level. Ooh. Henshu and Kishu. Quests for skill hunter are called Go Quest. Oh, there it is. Are not unique to a single monster species, but systematized by the type and are called general materials. Shit. SP decoration, SP armor weapons. Apanya. Too many things. Too many things. I'm just gonna 16. Oh, old SR. No longer valid. I can just take all of them. Let's go. Oh my god, free. I'm taking all of these without shame. Smack the flaming Espinas. Espinas. Fluffy. Hello. Welcome. SR 700. You get the HR 999 and SR 999. What's a lucky charm? But thanks for the free items. Is my item box full? Can I not expand my item box anymore? Oh! Oh! Okay. Okay, forget everything. I want to see what quest do we have. We are HR 5 now. 变种杠种环幽种 I don't know what that is. I can experience G rank. Questo. Oh, GQ Questo. Okay. Yeah, I can experience G rank quests with they give me like a specific G rank armor. Yeah. Guanzo Rumu. Look at that, it's Guanzo Rumu, favorite dragon. And then I like how the rest is just Radiant. Extreme style? Oh, I get to try out extreme style. Oh, that's why it's Radiant. Wait, give me a second. There's suddenly so many things. Once I reach HR 5, there's so many things. Okay. Oh my god. Big house for the small kobold. Change equipment. SR settings. Equip SR. Style. There it is. Some movements are different. Same movements as before. Heaven? Storm? 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 Oh! Twin hidden. Oh, it's not... It's lacking something. I'm gonna try out Storm. 10 player. It's so depressing if I sit here though. It's so depressing if I just sit there and have a meal. Oh. Sapari Marine. This one is good as fuck. It was beyond the limits of flavor. Okay, we're in Storm style. I don't know what's different. Hey, we have a Dodogama here. Dodogama. Orokururu. Go Garf. Baruru Garu. Hunt one Iodrome is there. Oh, it's a blood-sucking Leviathan. I recognize this one. Yeah, you have two dogs. Oh fuck, I have to fight this. Akura Jepia. Yamakurai. Poboru Barumu. Oh my god, it's Inagami. I'm gonna cry. Kurea Domosu. Merakinasu. Diorexu? Zerureusu. Oh hey, look, it's Fatalis. Fatalis. And then the rest is like, yeah, the same thing. Small stuff. Oh, I haven't tried out Lao San Long yet. Deal damage to main target. It's a sub quest. Yo, free? I wanna fight Inagami first. Yeah, let's fight Inagami. Is Inagami Elder? Actually, I have no idea. But I'm not even trying to like capture monsters anymore because they don't limp. And since they don't limp, I just don't capture them anymore. That was loud. I love how you see most monsters just like one map not running away. I like that. I don't need to chase monsters down. It's either you're dead, it's either you're dead or I'm dead. Oh, that's cool! The music is 1000% cooler. This is the music! I'm gonna cry. Let's go. Oh! Evading slash, piercing stab, spirit blade, spirit release. Evade slash? What the fuck was that damage though? Oh! Shit! Shit! I am not ready for this. I am not ready for this. Okay, chill. Look, I know I simp a lot, but let's chill. Now I'm gonna get one shot, right? Right, chill. Let's move around and see what he does. Come like that. Whoa, that's cool. Oh. Oh, it became stone, right. The more you hit it, it becomes stone. So that you cannot spam one place. Sleep? Oh my god, the damage! Oh, I'm dead. The music is so good, I'm gonna cry. Oh shit, that was instant. Just circular arena. And that's it. It's so scary. tail? Oh, I pushed down though. I want to try to evade slash. Free. Did that count? That should have hit me. Oh, that's so cool. I'm gonna cry. What? Actual one shot. Let's go. Oh my god. You have no idea, but I'm simping so hard right now. How can you not simp at Inagami? What the fuck? It's the coolest dragon ever. Yeah, I got stomped. I don't mind getting stomped. Yeah, you know what? At this point, I don't even mind getting stomped. Hell yeah. Died twice in 5 minutes. Oh shit, damage. Don't do it. What the fuck? Okay, that's daylight robbery right there. What the fuck? Back right. Yeah, okay, that works, that works. It evades when hitting him. But it doesn't last that long, okay. Push down! Come on, controller, I push down! That's that? Yeah. I don't like it when sometimes my input doesn't go through. Yeah, I'm not ready for this. At least I get to listen to the music. I don't like. God, I'm so happy. Holy shit. That's why I love Frontier so much. There's so many good stuff in here. And it's breeding season. I know how the first thing I see in the chat is like Dodogama smell. Storm style is a parry, so we now have a defensive option. How about Heaven style? Change equipment, SR settings. This one, style, heaven. They say gold quest is like really hard, right? Honestly, they all look really fucking hard. We can try fight the scorpion first. Scorpion. No cap. Can we pack bento and then we're gonna eat with a bunch of items? We try Akuna Jebia first. G rank unlocks 2 weapons and an extreme style. Oh, a quest that gives supplies. Let's go. I love how loud the raining sound is in the old games. Oh my god, Bonk is so bloodthirsty. Oh, there it is. It's shiny! Look at that shiny. This shiny is not suspicious. What? It's not suspicious at all. Dude, I meant blue sharpness though. Ooh. Oh no. Oh, you love rain? Name every raindrop? That's bomb, that's heck, that's cut, that's Kobo, that's... Okay, I'll stop. Yikes, that hurt! Hi Astro, hi Nexus. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. I don't know if the game is too loud though. It is certainly very loud in my headphone. Hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome. Poor Kobo stuck in perma-blip. Little tongue must be so dry. Oh, I lick it. Yeah. Like, I lick it from time to time. Ooh, what's with the damage roll? What a thick tail. It's a little loud but not too bad. Can hear you fine anyway. Okay, good to know. Doing well, taking a bit slow today. Oh, okay, okay. Taking things slow is pretty good. We dodged that shit, let's go. Woohoo! Oh, double tail swipe cheating. What are you doing? Oh, it's the planting, yeah. I'll wait for you to explode. What? I'm stuck! Oh my god, rude! I actually got stuck. Oh no. Potion drinking simulator. Wow, that spin is a little bit too much. What the fuck? That spin move sucks. It's impossible to dodge that one. When the scorpion does that, it's basically just get hit. Oh, even that doesn't count? Oh no. I almost died. There was another jump and then the spin. If that hits, I'm dead. Ooh. Ow. Got some good hits in. Jump spin. Evade slash is kinda not good. Maybe I'm just not good at timing it. Yeah. I just got it. Don't be so harsh on myself. Oh no, the spin is bullshit. What are you doing? What is that? Okay, that's the spin. I'm only healing up because I'm waiting for the red portion to heal. That's a... Oh, okay, I know what that is. Only 2 potions left. That is actually bullshit. I had to heal. 2 potion feels like eating it will still get me dead 1 hit. There we go. Spin. Oh my god, let's go. Oh, I didn't expect that. It's kind of hard. It is a big difficulty spike. You know what? Yeah, it is. Big difficulty spike. But that's okay. I ate my next potion. It's supposed to be for situations like this. Now I'm gonna get 1 shot. I'm loving this more than Generations Ultimate. A lot more. I mean, yeah, Generations Ultimate has a lot more, like, styles. And a little bit more weapons to play. But I feel like the monster variety in this game, the amount of dragons that this game has, is just... It's just a win in my book. That's why you don't see me play Generations Ultimate as much. And I see a lot of people are still playing Frontier. More than Generations Ultimate. I mean, the accessibility of this game is higher because this game is free right now. We dodged that. Time to run away. I just think that spin is a little bit too much. I was about to ask something very stupid. And then I realized, oh, it's a scorpion. Of course he doesn't get paralyzed. I'm the one that's supposed to get paralyzed. Oh, wow, okay. Oh, the spin. I realized something about this monster. Every shout is an attack and the attack is randomized. I don't know what it's doing. I've been doing it out of reaction this whole time. And that last moment of tail swipe, I realized everything it does is actually RNG. It's like the moment... The obvious part of the monster is when the monster is trying to do an attack, it would do a little shout, right? Like, and then attack, and then attack. But after the attacks are different. So here comes the question. Only some of the attack is very telegraphed. Like the tail spin is very... The in position tail spin is very obvious. But the jumping tail spin is the same as the rest of the shouting. It's not shorter, it's not faster, it's not louder, it's not like... Yeah, it does... I cannot differentiate it yet. Maybe it's different. I need to give it a little bit more look. Yeah, this is the grounded tail spin. Look at that, it's very obvious. I thought that's a tailspin. So grounded claws into the ground. It's a tail swipe. I have to wait for the red portion to heal. Do I wait it out? I'm gonna wait it out until the red portion is like healed. Then I'll use my last first aid med. This is so sad. I haven't played something like this in a long time. Like out of potions, out of feints. Monster is not showing any sign of weakness. It's tough. It's really tough. Almost there. Almost there. Okay. There goes my last heal. Here we go. It's do or die. Go outwards. Oh! Nice backflip. Okay, greedy. What? That long? Oh no. Oh, I tried. Should have rolled the other way. HR5 is tough. It's really tough. It's a huge difference between HR4 and 1, 2, 3, 4. Do I need to keep upgrading my armor? I mean, my weapon's already at my weapon's at maximum upgrade already. Let me check. Because each hit does like 70% health, it's kinda tough. Albeit it is Monster Hunter, I get it, but still. We have exotic armor now. Oh. Oh, that's the previous Naga armor? That looks pretty cool. Go Magala Shagaru Tempest. Who is this? Amatsu? Oh, it costs something else, it looks like. So these are exotic thing. Special armor. Event. SP? Oh, SP armor. They are already stronger. Shit. Hidden armor. What? I feel like I ate something wrong today. Give me a second. I need... I guess you guys can look at my character. dancing for a little bit because I need to go to the toilet. I feel like I ate something wrong these days because I keep getting stomach issues. Here, let's do a joy. Alright, I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. I'll be right back. Sorry about this. Here, why is it? Oh yeah, I remember why. Let me fix it. There we go. I'll be right back. I'm sorry about this. I'm back. My butt hurts. Hey, look at that, we made friends. did did she just come here? That's kinda cute. Okay, let me disable this one. Uh-oh. Oh, obvious? Obvious? Oh god. Obvious? Obvious is not responding. Uh-oh. Obvious is not responding, and I'm moving. Uh-oh. Oh my god, it's back. Let's get a fucking... OBS, come on! What the hell? Look at that, we made friends. We have friends now. I don't know, I just went to... I went to toilet for a little bit and I just like decided to do joy here, and then this is what I get when I get back. That's kinda cute, I like it. Community! Friends! 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 Oh, we have another one? Yo, let's go, we have another one. Can we make it 4? Can we make it 5? Make it 5? Okay, do we make it 5? Oh, look at Gozaru. Gozaru is just there dancing. Look at us. Oh, we're jumping with joy because she's dancing. You don't know what's going on. Oh, Biff. Oh. No, you're gonna enjoy. What is this? Don't squat. It's kind of funny. I don't want to move now. If I move, I'm a dickhead, isn't it? Okay, let me change to... I know there's a clap, right? I know there's a clap. Oh, look at that. Oh, joy. What do? I don't want to run away. And I don't want to be mean and just run away. F9? No, that's F8. I'm back though, I'm back. Alright. Bye bye. Good shit. Alright, back to question. Back to question. That was funny. I like it. My item set is... this one. So I have honey, mixed potion. What makes... potion? Potion is... Day Herb Blue Mushroom. Day Herb Blue Mushroom into... What does Herb do then? So Herb just like add health to it? I think Day Herb and Blue Mushroom I can buy from here. I'm pretty sure anyway. Special combine. Ultra cool drink. What's ultra cool drink? Any ice crystal for this? I cannot read that. High speed whetstone. Perfect whetstone. Whetstone windstone. Hell extract. Sedation ball. What the hell is a sedation ball? Recovery ball. I have 150 lucky charm. What does that even do? Amulet. Oh, arbitrary wait time. These things. Okay. Special combine daily GC point GCP combo. Hawk ball. A combined store doesn't have day herbs? Really? Day herb and blue mushroom? Maybe you have? Buy 2 box. Basics. Oh, there it is. We should bring herb as well. All the heals, right? All the heals. Why can herb too? Herb with blue mushroom. Oh, herb and blue mushroom can be. Antidote. Day herbs. Oh. Mocha pot. Mocha green? A maca pot containing a herb. Try burying it somewhere. What? So a herb and blue mushroom. Day herb and blue mushroom also makes a potion. Yeah. So we need a shitload of blue mushrooms. Can I bring 20 blue mushroom? Only 10. So 10 herb for heal, 10 day herb and blue mushroom for making potion, 10 potions, 10 mega potion, 10 honey. I think that's the way to do it. Maximize. What makes a max potion then? Mega nutrient and dragon toadstool, I think, for the old version. Mega nutrient. I don't think I have it. I have Mega Nutrient and Dragon Toadstool. I don't have them. And now you can buy some here. Sorry, let me do some very much preparation here. Dragon Toadstool. And Mega Nutrient. Do you sell nutrients? Do you sell honey? Oh, you don't sell honey. Oh no. Oh, you do. Oh, lucky. Mega Nutrient plus honey, I think, is to make... No, Mega Nutrient Dragon Toadstool. Look at that, max potion. So we can bring... We can make a bunch of nutrients. Nutrient should be here. That is expensive. Oh my god, that's so expensive. Yeah, sure. That's it's okay. That's expensive because I can sell for a lot of money. I have a lot of the check that I can sell for big money. So 2 items. We bring nutrient and honey. So we can make a shitload of mega nutrient. Now we need more money. Look at that, I have so much. I have so much money. No, that's too much. That's 3 million. That's 3 million, Zenny. Alright, bulk combine. Let's make some mega potion, mega nutrients. That's 999. Now we need more honey. I'm making a bunch of preparations here. Make a nutrients and I can make max potion. Only make a few because I need the raw materials to... I need to bring them so that I can make max potions on the spot. Demon Drug and Armor Skin. They need catalyst, right? And to make Mega, I need Pale Extract. And I think Pale Extract I need to buy with GCP. Which I don't really want to use it. Whoa. Whoa. There's no Pale Extract? What's Gacha Coin Store? What? I guess it doesn't exist. Let me double check. Do you have Pale Extract? Lightning rod? Attract lightning once erected. Ooh. Yeah, they only sell catalysts, which is very fair. Now I want to make... What I want to make again? Alright, the Power Charm and Armor Charm. I want to see what I can... Sorry. What can I make with these? It's not here yet, okay. Now that we have items, we're bringing all the stuff. We need... Okay, first off we need all the herbs, all the day herbs, all the blue mushrooms. We brought all the honey. Now we need all the mega nutrient. 5 dragon toadstool, which is, yeah. There. And I think that's pretty much it. So we can have technically 7 max potion, 7 max potion, 20 mega potion, 10 potion, and 10 herbs for healing. This is my try-hard set. try hard. Yes, that name is okay. Alright, I have my try hard set. Everything is so hard, I'm not too sure what to do. Crossing a threshold? HR5. No items allowed? Let me try and talk to Guild Master. Hidden book menu, transcend menu. Oh my god. Oh. I can read Japanese. Oh, no. Ow. Hi, cheesecake. It's the cheesecake. Hello. Hello. I hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome. Oh god. Oh, it's car stream now. Hi everyone, I'm a car. Oh, I'm gone now. Bye bye. Hope you're doing good. Hope the cheesecake is good. Forokururu. Forokururu. Let me try. Wee. Oh. What the hell was that? Wee. Wee. Oh. Wee. Let me try again. Okay, I guess that was just a bit of a bug. I am EP, but hope you're doing well, Ultra Sweet Cutie Bean. I'm doing okay. Yeah. I feel a little bit sick. I feel a little bit sick this whole year. I feel like my sickness never gone, but ooh, this is a nice map. Honestly, I'm feeling pretty okay. Like if stop being sick. I'm trying. I'm trying. I will stop being sick. How dare I'm trying. But yeah, I would say that year 2023A is very weird, honestly. Thanks for the boop. This map is cool. What are you? What are you? Oh my god, Bonk. Why are you so bloodthirsty, Bonk? What the fuck? Oh my god, Bonk. Ah, Jesus fuck, Bonk is so bloodthirsty. And might as well. Might as well, right? Oh hi! It's a bird. Herbivore Hearthorn. What? Oh shit, I brought too many things. Yeah, the monster is so diverse, right? Like I said, it's way better than Generations Ultimate. For good reason. I thought I dodged that. such a beautiful burp though, this one. Did the music just change key and the timing? I'm gonna cry, this is the coolest thing ever. All the preparations paid off, I think, but I don't have enough space to put anything in. Poison. What is that? Oh yeah, poison pollen! That's insane! Oh my... Wow! Damage! Oh my god! That's my entire health bar! It's okay, we came prepared. Look at this shit. And then we can combine. Demon drug armor skin next version. Oh. What's Sen? Oh, Sen is sent in my way. Do you like the poison noises? Oh, did you finally drink an antidote? Why is the explosions going on? Oh, and Bonk is but thirsty again. I brought too many things. There's not enough item pouch space. That's a nice... Oh, why am I getting poisoned? Oh, is it the plants here is so poisonous? Could be. Shit. That's cool. Elemental hazard. Or like environmental hazard. I might be dead though. And then we have a bunch of Konga. Oh my god. Did you just throw shit bomb? Deodorant? Do you got shit on? Where's the bird? Oh, the bird is so fucking cool. Oh my god! That looks like a non-attack that killed me. That looks like a non-attack that killed me. Excuse me, game. Am I that weak? I guess I am. Considering a little love tat is enough to kill me. I'm weak. But how can I get strong? In terms of like defense and shit. I could technically be strong by not getting hit, but that's thoughtful. No material available. Oh my god. F1 to F12. It's so easily... It's so easily... fail. Oh, what are you doing? Can I just jump down here? Oh, cool. It leads to a place where I get poisoned still. Maybe I walk here, I'll get poisoned. Okay, the poison doesn't last long. It just changed place, oh my god. Uh-oh, I'll kill this quickly. Oh, Nelly! Everything hurts like hell! Feels like I could have killed. I survived. What are you doing? You can heal? That's cool. Is that heal or something? That sure looks like a heal. It's green. Green means good, right? Whoa, Psycho Crusher? You're the best bird. That doesn't count. Oh, flinch? Another flinch? Yo, Bonk's insane. I guess I have to do it. Okay. So F1 is explosion, F2 is... Yeah, okay. What are these things? You get a lot of cooler monster in this game. I don't mind getting beat up, hell yeah. This is just actually skill issue. There we go. Oh, that's a heal. That's actually a heal. I can't heal. Let's go. Ow. Don't do it. Wait, that's a heal though. That's attack up. Oh, they also got attack up then. The music is so good. That looks like fire, and fire bad. Such a cool bird. What is that? Defense down? I'm actually dead. Look at the damage on the little love tab. Heartbreak, nice. This bird looks like a turkey. I just realized. It just might be a turkey. What's going on? I know for sure that I'm still gonna try my damnedest. Is that EP? Oh, it's a water, okay. Damage? I should be... Ooh, that's a nice looking color! Oh my god. And the amount of red health, I need fish. I'm dead. That's close. Nice. My weapon has paralysis, I forgot. Love tap. I have defense down, that makes sense. Defense down lasts forever though. Still have some heals. Oh, thanks for the heal. I don't understand evade slash still. There's such a big difficulty spike. I don't get poisoned. Let's go the long way.
In peril, sleep.
Yep. Yippee, yip. Yippee. Yippee.
Yep, yep,
We love the yippee.
yep, yep.
Hi, numbers. Yippin' snick. Yippin' snick. I think it's fine. Yippee. 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 What is always late here? There. Tira. Terra is so cute. What? What? Numbers cool, Shinik. Numbers is very cool, Snake. You gotta let me compliment you as well. You gotta. But also, hi. I hope you're doing good. Hello. Ow. Oh, dinking? No dink the oyster. Almost died. Oh, now you become water. I expected that, honestly. Explosion? No way!
I thought for sure I'm gonna lose this one. I'm power healing against this thing. Trying to win. Like, I'm actually power healing. Just each hit and then just heal to the max. Each hit, heal to the max. I could capture this thing. No bucknet, sad noises. Yeah, boop, boop numbers, boop numbers. And Snake does have a very boopable snoot, not gonna lie. Oh, that's a lot of items. Taiho Kazura. Oh, hey, sushi fish. This is what I need. To heal the red health. Secret proof? Low. Heartbreak reward. All the hide. Oh, it's webbing, not honey. It's a proof? Dang. Must be a big deal. Why does my computer freeze? It just says I want to boop numbers? My OBS has been doing some weird stuff as well. Like just now, it suddenly went not responding for a good minute, which scared me a little bit. And quest for skill hunter called Go quest. I just finished one. What is that guy doing? I'm using my try hard set. Should I try to capture them? If I try to capture them, it would be full items. Or one space. I don't see how I can capture them, honestly. Extra box? These things are pretty weak. Like I have like a few hundred defense points. Like legit a few hundred, and I still got almost one shot by everything. A gold armor? Hearing proof. Oh, these are like Elder Dragon stuff. Elder Dragon gem. OR? Guan? A Guanzorumu, this one. Gasura Bazura. Look at all the names. Oh, oh Tatu. Oh my god, Tatu. Hi. Tatu. Ow. Tatu. Hello Raiders, welcome. How was stream? The raid. Hi Crypt. Oh, it's been a while. Hi Crypt. Elden Ring? Nice. How was Elden Ring? I haven't played Elden Ring in a long time. I just finished it once and I pretty much didn't touch it anymore. How was it? Hopefully it was fun. Also, hi Raiders. I'm Tiora. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games and I do art every Monday. Welcome, welcome. Must doing Elden Ring is seamless co-op and team damage. Team damage? Ooh. So, like a modded Elden Ring. I'm very tired. Have to go meet people for what I did in January to collect present. Oh, I don't blame you. Elden Ring is just so big. Yeah, Elden Ring is pretty big. I love the game. I wanted to go back into the game and do more fisting action, but there's no dragon transformation, so the game doesn't motivate me as much. There's no dragon transformation. I bite? Why are you biting? So I guess I need to make gold armor now? These things are very strong. I don't even add as much. I need Rukodira's tail. I don't want to farm too much Rukodira. I want to look at something else now. Rukodira is hot, but I farm Rukodira a bit too much. Seamless co-op is a mod that lets you play through the entire game mostly seamlessly with up to 2 other people. So like, without... I actually never played co-op in Elden Ring, so I don't know how it works. I can't say that I understand how the game works with co-op. But I'm glad you enjoyed it nonetheless. And seamless co-op is great. I also tried it with some friends once. Ooh. The red and blue tag team. Go Garth. Balu Ragaru. I have to fight this thing. I think this is in Swamp? I should probably bring some hot drinks. Oh, someday I'm gonna win against Inagami. Look at that. It's a third dragon. Oh, items. I cannot bring any of these. It's a lot of max potion though. And poison powder. Yep, I'm full. I don't think I need the map, honestly. Just... sorry. Basically just use the co-op system in the game, but makes it so you don't have to resummon every area, and it shares progress. Oh, this sounds like a huge quality of life change. Oh, like the mod. Because I remember in Dark Souls you need to keep summoning and resummoning just to play co-op. Are you eardrum? No, these are all praise. Look at my bloodthirsty bonk. Oh, it's a small dot, man. Let's go take care of eardrum first. There it is. Look at you! I'm gonna kill you first! Oh, god damn it! This is why I don't fight at the loading screen. Plus 100% health per extra person, so things aren't as easy to kill. That's a good balance. Where's the monster? Uh-oh, he went away. Didn't go away? Oh, because I went into the... okay. Beam! Oh my god, I'm spinning. Hi, Brekkie. What the fuck? From an eardrum that hurt! Holy shit! I'm doing loops for days. And I got hit once, that's the health. Also, I hope you're doing good, Becky. Oh. Oh. Why an oil? They just run away. It keeps running away. They don't limp. It was running away, it's not even limping. What? Hi, Sala. A Kobo number? Uh-oh. Can I take another Kobo as substitute that's getting numb? If I can find any. I don't want to be numbed. I'm in danger. I'm gonna get numbed. I'm in danger. So the other monsters should be in the cold places. Hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome. Cold place. The amount of IO prey is insane. 2 max potions. Hi, Shire. Welcome. Hello, hello. Hope you are doing good. There it is. Where's my mega potion? Famous. What are you doing? Oh, you don't hurt. Really? HR5 quests are not a joke, I need to try hard. Oh, not enough to dodge. Oh, your tail can speak poison. You're gonna get paralyzed, come on. Not gonna lie, been in here for a long time. Just lurking. Oh, I always appreciate a lurk, thank you. Thank you, thank you. What are you doing? I should get used to this kind of damage. This one is already pretty small. It's not 70% per hit. Yeah, it's not 70% per hit. This is manageable. Woohoo! Well, that one is. Damn, got licked to death. I got licked. Yeah, the tongue hits really hard. You know, just now I was trying to find Inagami. Got destroyed. I got destroyed. Crowd jealously? Wow. I meant to lick Kobo. Kobo is getting stolen. Connection to the server. You! Fuck! I was in the mood! No. No. Is it really? Are you doing it? Are you server maintenance? No, right? No server maintenance? What am I gonna do if it's server maintenance? Oh, okay, thank God it's not. Thank God it's not server maintenance. Oh. I can still play the game. I've heard of tongue punching, but No, that's just licking. I mean, I'm a kobold. I'm small. I'm very lickable. Very lickable. The world will take getting knocked into poison. Yeah, probably. Haven't seen the entirety of the monster still. I can't believe I won against the bird though. Like every hit of the bird is like 80%, 90%. I wonder if that counts. That doesn't, okay. Alright, let's try again. This one. Barurakaru. Sapari Mari. Kobo got this. I can go fight Inagami again just because the dragon is so hot looking. That's Inagami. That was unfortunate, connection lost. So I have to kill Eodrome again? God damn it. With this amount of Eo prey? It's so troublesome. Should be here. Why are you so small? Why do you hurt so much? Nice. Oh my god, the damage from Eodrome! That's from a little love tap. Are you sure it's not bugged? My god, that little love tap. Bonk is so bloodthirsty. Goodness me, Bonk, you don't have to kill everything. cannot believe that love tap. That could kill me, I think. Why are you going back and forth? That's annoying. That's a hit. Done. Bonk is so bloodthirsty. Have you seen my latest painting? I was looking at your channel, I saw like the coffee cup and then little Braggy trying to climb to the coffee cup painting. Is it that one? Because that one is very heckin' adorable. I like it too, that one's so cute. I think you have a knack of painting, because those are really good. Like the one you showed me the first time? And then now this one, I think, yeah, it's pretty good. I'm so excited how it turned out, right? I mean, I look at it, it's just like, oh my god, little Braggy. It's small. Second attempt, I guess I have a vein for it. I feel like you do have a knack for it. Yeah. Like, I'm not trying to be a Coomer or anything, but that does look really good. Stop sucking! Ooh. You did that the moment I didn't bring poison powder, you fuck. Wait, that's a sand lizard behavior. Wait, that's kinda cute though. You know the sand lizard that's trying to bury themselves into the sand? That's what they do. Poison hurts. I love this noodle, right? It's a blood-sucking leech noodle. Oh my god. Chiêu cấp sặc ngay yắm. Oh. Water poison. This can so many monsters you never see. Because it's Frontier, there's so many cool looking monsters, I cannot wait to show you more. There's a reason why I love this one so much. What? What'd you do? Are you okay? Oh my god, that spot. It's not just me, right? That looks like it's stuck in that place. I'm not gonna say anymore. But it sure looks like it's stuck in a certain place. Sharpness! Sharpness ... Did it just destroy my weapon? I think it did. The sharpness is gone. Yeah, that. Oh my god, that's so adorable. That is so adorable. I can't. Slurp. Help step hunter, I'm stuck. Yeah. I'm sure you got it though, it's okay. These skills on the dragons are so nice. Yeah, they change. According to what they suck. They were sucking on the Iodrome. Iodrome is made of poison, so it spit poison. And then after sucking that sucking bonk, and got into blood red color. That lizard lifts its tail at you. Yeah. It goes outside. It has the lick. The lick. Uh oh, it's the shit again. Oh my god, that hurt. Am I gonna get stuck? Or is it? It's bonk again. Oh no. I'm censoring it. I'm censoring it. It's okay. I'm censoring it. Whoa, that hurt. Kinda. Look at that, it spits blood now. It's so cool. I actually dodged that. Woohoo. Oh, I'm not the one that's getting stuck again. I cannot censor it. I can censor it. There we go. It's fine. Oh. A monster that destroys sharpness. So interesting. Oh, the red color destroys sharpness. That's what it is. It's either poison or destroying sharpness. So much cool concept monsters. Whoa! That hurt. This one hurts. Full screen poison? I cannot fight over there. Oh, there was a tongue movement! Damn, that's cool as fuck! I cannot fight over there. I'm making potion over there. Yeah, I see, I cannot fight over there. That is actually toxic. Ironically, that thing is also toxic. There we go. Five. Just gonna keep looping it. Hexa flush dance? Whoa, what the hell was that? What the fuck was that? I just did some Tai Chi shit. This one seems a lot easier to fight than the other one. It before I eat my own words and die for it. It just might happen. Why are you stunned? Who hit you? Wait, who hit you though? The big one! And I missed. Did it too early? Oh, this is the first time we're doing a hyperspace tackle. Uh-oh. Am I getting stuck now? No one's getting stuck, okay. Oh, part break. Oh, I'm getting souped. Oh my god, damage, what the fuck? If I'm not destroying my controller, I'm dead. I have to spin so fast, that was insane. Oh, that's a grappling move. Uh-oh. How the fuck did that whiff? Wait, we take those. Oh my god, my weapon. The running away is very frequent now. Let me run back to my base for a little bit. Oh, the evade didn't count. What are you doing? Oh, bonk! Keeps running away. Am I doing a lot of damage to it? Probably. Maybe that's why it keeps running away. I have been running on it with all the loops and shit. It feels kind of weird that it keeps running away though. You're limping. Oh. Yikey beaky. Whoa! I'm getting souped! Oh my god, the damage! Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit! There we go. Very tough, very, very tough. Very heckin' tough. They just got Bara fluid. Oh, Baru fluid. Oh. I got 2 proof. Birdwave and Fang. Tail? Tentacle? Do you have tentacles? 30k check. Birdwave and Tail. Birdwave and Fang. Baru height, tentacle and tail. Oh, it's the smallest Iodrome ever. Oh, no wonder the Iodrome looks like Ioprey. I was like, which one is it? And I have to spam the lock on button to know which one is Iodrome. I want to look at Inagami again, and I'm probably gonna get destroyed, but this time I'm more prepared. Let me try again. Inagami. I mean, it is a required quest, and I heckin' love Inagami. Let's do it! Look at all the EP hunters. EP hunters on the floor. Here we go. So cool. The leaf droppings and everything. I know your movesets a little bit now. Come get me. Woohoo! Help! Thanks. Oh, it does too much lingering damage. Wake up! One for one. God, the music is so fucking good, I'm gonna cry. I love how he has like Transformers shit. What the fuck? Wait, that's illegal. That way? This way. That's something. That's one shot. Oh my god. No. Oh my god. I'm off to bed. Have sweet dreams where you go, Kira. Thank you, Raiden. Appreciate you a lot for hanging around. Have a good sleep, pool. Oh my god, damage. Three times. 3 times the right herb. It's instant. Okay, 3 times back and forth. Make a potion and hurt for now. That really hurt. Oh, that's a guaranteed death situation. Okay. Yeah, fun fact, you cannot stay on the ground in this game. Have good sleep, poo. How many garbage I got? 3? Okay, so I have 2 max potions. How many Dragon Pulse do? It's gone. So I'm out of max potion. I can only make 1 more. I can eat 1 more. And I have to leave 1 if I die again. Almost died. This is death. I missed. Oh, yo! This is another death. Oh, let's go! That is fucking dare robbery! I love you, but goddamn, that's daylight robbery, buddy. I got greedy. Cannot be greedy, cannot be greedy. So that move is 3 times. So 1 time, potion 2 times to the left is perk. This move is stupid, I'm not even gonna try to punish it. And they heard what I said. Do it again? Actually doing it again. Maybe 1 more time? Oh, phantom range. Oh shit. That was instant. Even if it's not, I don't see the telegraph. I know that one. Bonk. That's another one. Too far. Step on me. That's a Kobo thing. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate. Welcome in. What's with the screen shake? What is triggering the screen shaker? This just got 10 times more chaotic with all the screen shake. Excuse-moi, what is the screen shake? Oh! What? Something hit me twice. Something hit me twice. I got hit twice immediately. That was not a one hit. I got sleep bombed and then something hit me again. That is not right. Okay. No more max potion, only a few more mega potions left and 4 herbs left. Psycho Serum doesn't do anything. Well, well, off we go. I'm not expecting to win against this anytime soon. This thing is cool as fuck. I don't think I can win against it. At least not today. But I sure as hell would try my damnness. That's another one. It's a one shot! That's not one shot anymore? Oh, it's the screen shake from your movement! Those heavy armor thing, I think, causing the screen shake. Oh, that's a first paralysis. That's another one. Only head left. Ooh. Don't do it! What is that? Oh. Had a feeling. Too quiet. Death sentence? Back kick? Oh, that's the back kick. Okay. Feels like the attack got nerfed. With that stone plate on, feels like they got nerfed. They don't hurt as much anymore. Well, they still hurt like a bitch, but not as bad. And the attack doesn't do as much AoE now, it looks like. Weird. That must be the gimmick. So, if I do it to the head, it's probably gonna do something new, question mark? I'll try to aim for the head. Oh my god, I almost died. Let's make a potion. No more, one potion, one herb left. This is really bad for business. That's fast. Woo! Yakey beaky. Thank you. I have to wait for the red portion to heal. If I heal, I'll just heal the red portion. I don't think it's worth. Unless I have sushi fish. Sushi fish. Which I didn't have any. Let's play mega safe. Only attack when I know that I can attack. And get like 1 or 2 cuts in, depending on the move. That's bad. Why is that? What are you doing? Everything is way slower now. Whenever he does, must be the armor slowing him down. That's cool. It doesn't kick away rocks though. Back kick. Yeah, that's a back kick indication. That's lots of my heals. Only a few hearts left. There it is. So it does something. That's cool as fuck. Look at that! Oh my god. What are you doing? Oh! Oh, you do a Nova when you... Okay, full armor do a Nova, knocks down. That sucks though. Back at full power again. Yeah, see? The attack does that. And with no leg plating, he can do that OP move. This one. This is the OP move. The sleep bomb doesn't explode though. Depending on the plating situation, changes how it attacks. Woohoo! Phantom range. God damn the phantom range. I tried. I got stepped on. I am now getting stepped on. Hey, good try. It's way better than my first attempt of Inagami. And I got an Inagami hide. That's a win in my book. So I must be missing something. Right? It hurts too much. SP armor. By doing my missions. My mission is at here, right? Velocitron. Imano. Bodrum Yenkuku. So I need to take... Huntu Bodrum? Is that what you mean? Oh, so I can only take one at a time. SP armor. You can enter Smithy during a mission. What the fuck? And get out of the mission then! Holy shit! What do you mean I cannot go to Smithy when I'm on the mission? It's not a quest, get out! Yeah, get out. Move menu. Workshop. Go armor. Exotic armor maybe? Yeah, these things looks really fucking strong. Oh, isn't this devil, isn't this Pickle? Vengus. Yeah, Vengus is Pickle. And then we have Bracket. Mike Tyson? Barrier of Uragan? Nadaga? Stygian. Oh, Stygian is here in this game? Yo. Gore, Shagaru, Stinky. Oh, Tempest. There's also Amatsu as well. Exotic quest. There's exotic quest, right? Let me try. Stinky, Eevee, Stinky. There. Whoa. Oh, Susume. So they recommend these 4 quests. Oh, it's armor crafting quest, of course. But it's required to break the head, though. Really? It's required to break the head. Go Magala. Nargan, Zinogre, Uragan. In jungle. I can try breaking the head. It's not gonna be that hard, right? I hope. Nadika. Do I still one-shot you? I do. Oh, it's a Fang Plus as well. Bonk is very bloodthirsty. Oh. I don't think it just flew away. Yeah. And it's here. I saw the shadow. Oh. Ooh. What the hell, swipe? Everything hurts like a bitch. What the fuck? There's no fucking way. Everything hurts like a bitch. I don't believe it. I didn't even get a chance to act. And I'm dead. Oh shit. Crazy. Are you a drone? No, you're a prey, okay. That prey looks bigger than the rest. I love how the sound is different as well. Yeah, did I just say this game is easier? Disregard what I said. What the fuck? What the fuck? Everything hurts. I have to play perfect. This is scary. I know how Narga hits. Come on. I need to stop getting hit. Just don't get hit. It's easy. Just don't get hit. Right? It's pretty easy. No deaths? Let's go. Nice. Oh! Wait. Chill. It's fine. Chill. 5 times. Okay, back and forth. I got this. Remember to heal when I get hit. That's pretty much it. The triple swipe. Whoa! I almost died from that, I think. It's from a small tail swipe, I'm almost dead. Swipe? No swipe? I'm in deflection! This is death. I don't know what that is. What? You have that move? That's cool as fuck? Excuse me, bring back this Narga, please? It's way cooler? Bonk is doing his best, trying to break the head. And there's me trying my best not to die. Oh no, the roll didn't work. Another? Whoa! Are you Silverwind? Oh my god, that... Can someone bring back this Narga, please? This is just normal Narga, excuse? Phantom fucking rage, buddy! There's no way I can win against this, but... Holy hell, man, holy hell. I guess to play it safe, I could try Sword and Shield, because... I mean, the evade slash is good, but it's kinda inconsistent, it feels like. Sometimes it's very long time, sometimes just a little bit. Let me see what kind of Sword and Shield I can make. This one seems good. I can exchange all of them. How much do you need? GCP 100. This one? Also 100. Oh my god, this one? So essentially it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 500 to make this weapon, or to upgrade this weapon. Do I want to do it? I feel like it's not about you. San eat. And the sharpness doesn't really change as much. Let me try again. The Narga. If I be careful, I'm pretty sure I can just win. I got this. If I just be careful and not get hit, and I think it should be fine. Yeah, the damage looks good. Are you not here? Oh yeah, I forgot about the Storm and Heaven style. Oops, I didn't change it. I'm still using Earth style. Oh, I got it wrong. Swipe. I was throwing. Oh my god, that still scares me so much whenever I see the damage. Right, off we go. What the fuck? From a love tap, really? A swipe, I forgot. I block this? Oh my god! That is sure death if I didn't block that. Yay. It's cool as fuck. I cannot get hit by that, but the AoE is too much. I'm gonna assume about 200, 300 defense is like still baby numbers. It has to be like a baby number. Oh. Stinky. Jay, look at this Narga. This game is the best version of Narga. It transforms. It transforms. Oh, it's not transform anymore. And then another big one. Yeah. Another one. What the fuck is that? Swipe. Too far. It doesn't swipe, of course. If it doesn't have two cogs played down, no matter what Naga, this ain't worth it. Hey, look, Jade. I have a mod. Well, it's not. I didn't make it, but there's a mod for Monster Hunter World, which gives. I think we can imagine what I'm about to say. Well, it's not two, but there's one. There's one. I can't. Nice. No swipe. Oh my god, don't fuck with that, just block that. The love tab. Holy shit. Did that not hit me? I should have been dead. Oh, I'm dead. I can't get greedy like that. Say it's a Narg. Narg. I get it. Gonna take what's given. Well, I can tell you Nexus mods is a thing then. You don't need any third-party software, you just need to copy-paste the file into the native PC folder, then you have it. Easy. Just like that. Simple. You're unlucky you have the stream tags on? Yeah, I'm so glad I have the Because I do talk about, like, well, horny stuff from time to time during my stream, which I think is pretty normal. So having a little, having the stream text over there does help. I might be a little shrimp towards Naga Cougars. They are hot, I don't blame you. But until you catch me getting funky with Cougar, ain't guilty till proven. I respect that, hell yeah. Oh god. That almost hit me. I mean, isn't there a lot of Narga Kuga model in VR chat? I've seen a lot of those. even the, let's say, suspicious ones. There it is, it transforms, look at that. Damn. What is that? Oh. I don't even dare to get in. There's so many mix here. Okay, we chill, we chill. Don't want to try, just block. So 180 will have that cool ass swipe. Officially the best version of Narga. You want that? Shit, I don't know. I don't think I have it though. Because I did went to a suspicious world once with a bunch of my friends back then. Sorry. And I have to say though, I didn't really like that because it was a little bit much for me. I don't know if I saved that model though. Sadly. But shit. swipe. Oh my god! Actually hard to see. Oh. Oh, sorry. Oh, fuck! I dodged the wrong way. Why would I dodge a parallel line? Why you bully everyone's favorite? Look at what's happening clearly, Roxas, you little shit. Look at what's happening on the screen. Before saying that I'm bullying everyone's favorite, actually everyone's favorite is bullying me. Which I don't mind, to be honest, because it's way harder than I thought, this one. Not as hard as... Jade is so down bad for Nargas. I respect that. Oh. Alright, no more feints, no more heals, 1 max potion, 5 mega potions I think, 3 mega potion, 4 potion, 6 herbs. It's all I got for the whole fight. I must be missing something. There's no way HR 4 and 5 the damage went from 20% to 90% all the time. Ooh. God fucking damn it, Phantom Range! Too much Phantom Range! Good shit. Just cut the tail easy. Play this game then. It's free, don't tell me you're gonna play it. Get to HR5. Fight this bitch. I challenge you right now, you little shit. Come here. I'll show you all the... Oh? Potion, paintball... Oh, well done steak. Right, how can I get well done steak? Is there a way to buy well done steak? Or maybe just buy some dash juice, I guess? What plus what into dash juice? Energy drink? Oh yeah, the energy drink. What makes the energy drink? Catalyst and Dragon Toast Stew? What does that even make? How many Dragon Toast Stew Bitterbug? What? Buck plus Wyvern Fang? Burn meat plus shit? Oh, they need Lao San to upgrade. That's what they need. I need to fight Lao San long. Naga is probably the only thing I would willingly bottom for. Not even Kobo. Not even Kobo. There's no energy drink. I cannot eat tainted meat and drugged meat. Really? How about here? I can get this one. Mega juice. Mega juice. No berry needs points to exchange? How rare is this shit? Who wants mega juice? Ooh. Dancing spice. All coin? They only cost one. There's no other way to get energy drink. You don't sell them, do you? Power lard. Please shut up, I don't like your noise. Oh my god. Use bond points. Great slaying? Oh. Well, with Kobos it's a little different. Since they're so small, it's it's the only way that I top right. It's the only way. Let me check the quest. Is there a way for me to get like a free, well not free, but a simple quest to get started off with? Exactly, that's not what I expected. Why was that so loud? Oh. Help. There's a frog in me. SR settings, Sword and Shield style, heaven. There used to be like a quest where I can start off with some sort of armor that can let me tackle the quest. Special quest? Gear acquisition? HR5. Anything that's HR5? This one. Seeking mushrooms arrival. What? Kukubo. Oh, weapon craft. Oh, this one into sprout ore. But I need armor other than Kukubo. Kukubo. I have the Kukubo thing, but it's not even strong. It's all... Wait, what did I miss about bottom Kobo? a lot of things happened when we were talking about Nargacugas just now. Oh, yeah. Also, hi Tikaka. Ping pong. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. The eye makeup is on point. Hunting skill. I guess I have to farm Ruko Diora for a little bit just to upgrade my armor. Hope you're doing good, Tikaka. Nargacuga, so how it's written have cool designs if I remember right. Yeah. That's how you write it, yeah. Nargacuga. Narga is pretty hot, not gonna lie. Narga very hot. I like it. Okay, what do I need to upgrade my armor? Come on. Rukodira tail. Horn plus and mountain crystal. More tail. Scale and Gurren spike. Okay. So one Gurren spike and then the rest is like all okay. Kobolds are very adaptable. Yeah. I'm trying to. But apparently this game from HR4 to HR5 is such a huge difficulty spike. The damage I take from monster hits went from like 20 to 30% per hit to one shot or 80% plus damage. So it's kind of a huge spike. And I'm trying to adapt to it by getting some sort of a armor, I guess. Let's go farm some Ruko Diara. It's the only way. At least it's the only way to upgrade my armor for now. Ruko Diara 4-star? This one. Unless the Rattlers armor that they give from the start is stronger? I don't want that, no. Okay, this one's an easy quest. I'm just gonna farm this one. I've been farming this last night. It's great. Did you just fly away? Oh, you totally did. I can hear Bonk. Yeah, Bonk is speaking Japanese. Going in. What do we have? Jumping twofold slash? Whoa! Chop? Chop! Rising slash, infinite slash. So, one new move. Ooh, the rock. Oh my god, the rock. Go bong. Those are some pretty wings, I know, right? My favorite Monster Hunter game is definitely this one. Did you change the dodge rule? Oh, the dodge rule becomes so shitty on Heaven style, really? It's not Heaven style, it's definitely me going to Heaven. Oh no, the dodge roll sucks though. 2 beans. I'm not gonna die to this. Phew! Nice. EP terken. The wings actually move, look at that. Dragon with magnetic powers. I didn't find anything real. Okay. Wake up! Wake up, wake up! Oh wait, it's still there. Woohoo! I want some of this. It's mine, it's mine, it's mine. Nice. Oh my god, rock, please. I love you, but you cannot betray me like this all the time. God. All good. Rock, holy shit! Oh my god, the rock is actually killing me. Oh. Hybrid, ow. Hybrid. EP Dragon. Another car. Hope you're doing good, bring welcome. I'm gonna wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Yay! Whee! Kobo spinning. Spin fun. I like spinning. God, I cannot do that now. It sucks. Rock is actively killing me. I can't believe it. Angry Kobo noises. Woohoo. Yeah, we roll that. They changed the dodge roll. In between attacks, it becomes... Oh, that's so bad. I don't want to play Heaven style anymore. Hope you get free. Welcome, welcome. I saw you've been streaming Mad Max lately. Mad Max. Never seen the game before, honestly. Woohoo! Give me your goddamn horn! Ooh, rock. Why did I roll into it? I don't know. Dragon. Yeah, finishing this week. Nice! Next time it's looking like it's gonna be Horizon Zero Dawn. Horizon Zero Dawn. Why is my hand right there? My hand's not there. Why are you detecting? Whenever the sun's shining on my face, there's always some weird detection. Oh. It's the Robo Dinosaur game. Oh, I love dinosaur. Yippee yippee. Oh my god, it's Merp. Hi. Hello Merp. Rub the belly. I got a gem? Really? I need Horn Plus though. And then give me Horn Plus. Heaven's Tower is just this. This move sucks. No continuation after. And then the dodge becomes this? Yay. I don't like Heaven's style. Hope you're doing good, Merp. Horn, gem, skill, claw plus, skill plus. Huh? Strange military soul. Why is there soul? Horn, wing, claw, wing. There's no horn plus. No. I don't want to just farm. I don't want to just farm Ruko Diora over and over again. I'm gonna keep fighting Inagami until I win. How about that, huh? I sort of know what Inagami is doing now. I can try it. I still kinda want to play Longsword though. Let's play Longsword. Let's play back my Longsword. I'm gonna make use of the heckin' Here, let me try again. I want to show you guys Inagami again because it's one of my favorite, absolute favorite dragon. What are you wearing? Oh, Hypnoc. Yeah, Hypnoc. I'm so doing this. Here we go. Yeah, this is what I mean by the move is either one shot or 80% health or 60% health. I actually don't need to bring too many things. I don't need to bring this. There's no need for paintball as well. Alright, off we go. I'm gonna learn. I'm gonna at least win against Inagami today. Come here. What the fuck is that phantom range? Excuse me. That was fast. What? If I heal that, I'm dead. The music is god tier, this one. Evade slash is so inconsistent. I got this. Chill. Too fast. No, it's a death situation. No. I don't think evade slash can. Oh. Yeah, I don't think evade slash can evade that. Do you give anything, old man? Ocean Sky Day. Thunder Oki? I don't know what that is. What do you want to exchange? What do you want to give me in exchange of potion? Fucking Farcaster. That's what it is. Oh no, it's useless. Okay. The tick season is upon us. How dare we still have snow on the ground? It's May. Oh, it's May. And there's still snow on the ground? That's kind of scary, isn't it? I never seen snow though. How did the dragon be so mean to little Kobo? Yeah, this dragon is strong. This dragon is trying to train the little Kobo. I got this. That's one. Ah, evade slash! I couldn't believe I fucking survived that. How the fuck? Four times? Don't punish this. It's very dangerous. It's Finland, it's normal here. Oh, okay. Actually didn't know that. Really. It's slow. Don't be greedy. Second hit. I want to win against you. I wanna try. I wanna win. I wanna make your armor. I wanna look cool. Like you. God. There. Woo! When we say we have like 2 months of extra summer, we're only half kidding. It was snowing last week, bones on the ground and very ready. No snow, it was thick this morning. Oh. Yeah, evade slash, please. This looks like Zenogre had gone Super Saiyan. The wild thing is that Monster Hunter Frontier, this is tame. This monster is mega tame. I played G rank before and it's fun as hell. That's why I'm so excited to play this game again. 3 times. Fuck. All good. Tail stuck. Damn. Bamboo dragon. Mozino looks different. There's a lot of cool looking dragons in this game as well. Oh many. I love Frontier. It's definitely one of my top rated Monster Hunter games. Holy shit! We good. Okay, we good. Militant? Can he go Super Saiyan 2 or 3? I actually don't know. Does this give Mizu today? If there's Narga, chances are there might be Mizu here. Fuck, everything hurts. Oh! That little tap. That little love tap. I cannot survive 2 hits. If I get hit once, just heal. Don't think about trying to save max potion or like save mega potion. Don't even try to think about it. Yipzu today. Dragon gotta be more gentle with Kobo. Yeah, it hurts. Kobo in pain, but Kobo likes this dragon a lot. Gentle? No. we have 2 sides of things here. One is like be gentle, one is like kill. Alright, here we go. Last chance. Gentle is for later. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Heck yeah, heck yeah. Now the screen shakes like crazy. Oh wait, behind. Woo! I just remembered. It's way slower now, that's for sure. That's another one. Hurts like a bitch still. The movement is very slowed down, that's for sure. I'm not gonna save you. I cannot save you. I'm dead if I save you. Need one more. What are you doing? Phantom fucking range! This is fine. For sure, we'll try my damnedest to win against this. Nice. Don't get greedy. Don't get greedy. Don't get greedy. So it's 3 times. Just go away. Oh, only 1 time. Okay. So they can mix it up. Flinch. Get some more hits. I got greedy. Don't give me the death sentence. Oh my god! I forgot. Fuck. I could survive that. You have 2 combos inside you. One say gentle, one say pound hard. Both one colors afterwards. True. Masato is one of those games that has both the best and worst hitboxes. Yeah, pretty much. Hi, Tinte. You good today? Yeah, I'm pretty good. No, I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna goddamn win. I don't believe this. Hi, Tunball. Inagami, my beloved. I know, right? It's one of the best dragons out there. Well done steak. What else can I take? Power juice or mega juice? Run without becoming fatigued for a short period of time. The Forbidden Frontier G in English, yeah. I found the server that I can play it. Of course I can play it. It's one of my favorite Monster Hunter game of all time. The amount of hot dragons there is in this game, that exist in this game, is insane. Also, hope you're doing good too. I just want more Tobi Kadachi. Tobi Kadachi comes in at World, right? Yeah, World. You kind of let me know how to find it just in case. In case you want to go with nostalgia. Sure. I think if you search for Rain's Monster Hunter Frontier server, and then it will lead you to a Discord server, and then inside there you can download the game by itself. There's a download game here, and then you can download the game, which is like about 5.1 gigabytes if I remember correctly. Once you download that, and then you have, why am I talking like this? Stupid. I have computers. Okay, I have computer, Discord. So this is Rain Frontier server. Over here you have a bunch of stuff here. But once you read the rules and everything, and then you join the server, then you can download the game here and stuff. And then to register, you have to go to bot commands here, I think. Yeah, you have to register here for an account so that you can play the game. This goes over all I need. Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah, but yeah, that's all. That's pretty much all you need, honestly. Hopefully that helps. Yeah, there's no... How do I get... There has to be the way... There has to be some way to get steaks or ration. No? Oh, I pressed the wrong thing. Goddamn. Okay. Yeah, it needs arbitrary wait time. I don't even know what they do. I don't remember. I was playing the Chinese version back then. I don't even remember what's here. I don't believe it. Let's try again. I don't believe it. I'm a stillborn couple. I mean, it's not just that I want to get bodied by Inagami, but I also want to just look at Inagami. And the music is god tier. Here we go. Hi, legs. Dragon? Look at that. It dragon. That's a long roar. What is that? I know what that is now. I might be dead. We good. Oh, it spits something out from the tail. That's what it is. to be 3 times? No, 1 time? Okay. That's too fast. No, react that. Nope! Whee! Hey, what fuck was that? That was daylight robbery, you bitch! Still love you though. That's a very weird petting technique. Yeah. We're practicing different techniques to pet. That's one. It should be a little bit slower. I got greedy. I know that move. Yeah. When it does a little shake, that's when it would do the back kick. What the fuck? We take those. Evade slash, please. This is death sentence. Woo! Back kick. No, really? Fair enough. The tail. That's the OP move right there. It shouldn't be healing when it's doing that. Back kick. Free. Wake up. I should recognize that. Ran the wrong way. Back kick. Oh! I'll show you to evade slash here. Back kick. Oh, back heal. Don't even try to punish that move. That's one back kick. But you still can do that move. I think we need one more. Don't get greedy. Too early. Yay! Okay. I can't believe I survived that. We take those. Heal. I'm sorry, I'll read chat afterwards. Give me a second. I have to lock in. That was fast. What do you do? What do you do? You still do it? No. That's a bad 50-50, and I bet it all. I bet it all on the 50-50. One of my favorite crossover with Monster Hunter was the Rathalos fighting Exoprimal. They get like 30 respawn while fighting Rathalos, and if 3 of them are used, the AI will say something like 3 respawn has been used, do not worry. This will not reset your mission progress. Hey, that's awfully nice. 30 respawn? How hard is Rathalos? Holy shit. Oh, did I not bring food? You know, it's okay. I don't need that. I'm not running a lot. Depends on your team. When there's 10 players, it can get tough. Oh. 10 players, it can get tough. So is it like the least player, the better it is? Oh, just more people can die. Yeah, true. Grimtas. Hi. Sorry. HR2 and wearing full go more. Ooh, progress? Nice. I'm making not progress. I keep dying now. After reaching HR5, everything just goes batshit insane, and I love it. Okay, that's everything done. Potion is back. Mega potion is back. Okay, let me try again. Stinky. Oh, the front leg, you still do that. Back kick. Oh, nice. Look at Bonk doing work. It's better. Nice. Nice. I'm doing it. Yeah. Ah, it's slower now, I still can react to it. Oh boy. Bonk. Oh, yeah, one more leg. We good. Oh, back kick. There we go. Okay, one more. I've never been so fucking determined. Okay. I thought the Phantom Rage can happen again. In the close. Don't get greedy. Don't get greedy. Just go away, don't fuck with this. I didn't mean to drink max potion. God fucking damn it. I thought that's a whetstone. No. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. To destroy this leg. Come on. Close. We evade that shit. You still get hit. God damn. I got. Oh, god damn it. I got greedy. Should have waited. I was healing. And the place is so fucking safe. Wait, I'll read the chat afterwards. I'm locked in. That's your moveset. I think I almost saw the entirety of your moveset. Let's be open. Back kick? Yeah, it's just this is the back kick. I need to recognize it. It is a tad bit slower. I can react to it. Why is that leg so resilient? Do you not get stone plated? There we go. Okay, run. It's gonna explode. It's gonna explode. That's the first explosion. "50 minutes. I have time to kill you." Now you can spam this OP move again, huh? Do it again? Yep, there it is. Nice. We take that. It's fine, we take that, we take that. Okay. Your skill level also increases your upgrade armor, or do they remain the same level for My game motivation is upgraded and heavy the weight is upgraded HR5, but still about evade 2. I honestly have no idea. I'm still wearing Rupo Diora's armor, and I upgraded 1 to quite high level, and it still feels kinda same. Just more defense. Or I haven't seen decoration slots yet. I never even like put decorations in any of my armor yet. I don't even know if my armor has decoration slots. Just gonna take it even slower. Fuck. No. Greedy. Cannot get greedy. Don't get greedy. I know I'm a Kobo, but I cannot get greedy. in DOS, as you level up, you get some slot there, like 5 levels. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly have no idea. I mean, I'm only HR 5, and I haven't, like I mentioned, I haven't do any slots yet. I never put any decorations yet, so I couldn't really give you an answer. I played this game once until like G rank something, but that was like 2017. And I wasn't even very knowledgeable on like stuff. I just played the game. Almost died. Oh, head first? Really? If you're curious, I can show you my armor. I don't even know if my armor has decoration slots. I usually just play this game based off of the design that I like. I like this armor design. I just make it. What skill does it give? I don't care. That's usually how I play Monster Hunter. The fashion over skills. Always. Oh, fair enough. I got mistake too, but I saw a lot and I have to get some different skills too. I just brute force my way to victory. I only play this game solo. Yeah. I'm scared of finding other people to play because I suck at this game and I don't want to be like a bad gamer. Okay. Nice, this one. Tail hits. Don't do it. Okay, I have time. We need to shut this move down. Oh, I can't believe I survived that shit. Free. Hi, malicious magpie. When you get rid of those self-loves it, you can mod without having to do random toxic people. Yeah, you can mod. I just recently started playing World multiplayer with some of my friends, some of my close friends, and it's great. We've been trying to tackle Fatalis together, and it's been pretty fun. Loving it. Oh, now you like this move. Oh! Oh my god, I saw that last second, what the fuck? It's green. I can do it. there. What are you doing? Okay. Again? Don't get greedy. Even though I want to get greedy so bad. What are you doing? Oh, tail, okay. Nice! It's another one! I'm doing it. Big boy! Yeah. We love that. Bonk boy was sleeping! Middle. Oh, the body pushed me into it! Shouldn't have got greedy again. All good. All good. I started a new solo HAs only safe in a month ago. Cool. I don't like doing challenges like that. I want to enjoy the game. But hey, good luck with the challenge, hell yeah. I thought I was good at the game until I saw people play on Twitch and I realized I'm not good. Don't worry, I'm not good as well. I just want to show the dragons. It gives me a reason to play this game too, hell yeah. Made the Iceborne last swing and pull a pulse so I don't get totally burned out. Fair enough. I played one when it came out and got burned out a bit fast. Didn't like it as much the other games and then haven't touched it for 6 years. Damn. I love World to bits. Let's go. Don't get greedy, please! What happened? What is this? Oh, it's this thing. Hadouken! I don't know what this is, but Hadouken! Back kick? Oh, it's just going up. What's that on your body? Back kick. My character's getting hungry. I am feeling it though. It's not showing any signs of weakness, but I think it's almost dead. I got greedy. There goes my heal. Only 3 potions left and nothing else. Okay. I cannot run anymore? This is bad. All my day herbs and blue mushrooms and herbs and everything and honey, mega nutrient, dragon toadstool, everything's gone. This is bad. Oh my god, I could have died there. I'm trying so hard. Take it slow, don't get greedy. 3 hits, dodge once, 3 hits, dodge once. If I cannot hit it, don't hit. We have time. Just like that. Yeah, just like that. Take it slow. There's no need to rush. I'm dead. What? Fuck. I don't have heal. I'm gonna wait for the red portion to heal, but it's just so slow. What are you doing? What is that? I'm gonna use it. 3 potions. My last 3 potion. Hi, Coffee Mancer. Welcome in. I'm locked in. My butt cheek is clenched. My butt cheeks is extremely clenched. I wanna win. There's a Kobo in my soup using a Fruit Loop as a safety ring. Hell yeah. We need safety and Fruit Loop is tasty. I thought I got Phantom ranged. Back kick. Don't mess with it. Don't. Back kick. It's fine, it's fine. I got greedy. That was so dangerous. Why am I doing that? Yo, let's fucking go! Fuck! So good. So fucking good. I have to play so lame. I have to play so lame. That was good. This is how my first urgent win. I was not expecting such a hard fight after Konkala in the lights. Ooh. You're gonna enjoy HR5. HR5 does test you a lot. It's such a huge difference. I forgot who told me yesterday, but yeah, HR4 and HR5 is such a huge difference. And I felt it today. Like HR1 to 4 was a breeze for me, and then suddenly 5. And then I'm dead. It's not G rank. It's just HR5. It's not G rank yet. That's G rank. G rank is way, yeah. There's a lot more in G rank. I remember. I remember fighting against the Chinese version. I was fighting Jing Chen Long, Tian Xiang Long, Di Zhen Long, like all those kind of stuff I never seen before. Never seen other than Master of the Frontier. A lot of cool looking dragons. What is that? Secret guide. HR starts at 3? No. You start HR at the beginning of the game. HR 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 200. I want to look at Inagami armor. Oh, high rank starts yeah, 3. Oh, it's the biggest one. Yeah, you get used to it. Don't worry about it. It is a little bit different than the usual Monster Hunter stuff, but you get used to it. It's pretty similar, just a little bit different. A little bit. A tad bit, if you will. Inagami armor. Sure. It could be gold armor, I think. Is it gold armor? Teostra, Camellius, Black Rathalos, Lausanno, Cruciella, Volganos, Golden Volganos, Donna, Aria, Baru, Zeru, Diorex, Inagami, there it is. Oh. Oh. I can't see anything. Preview is start. I press start. What do I need? Elder Dragon Gem, Inagami Proof, Inagami Skill, Elder Dragon Gem. I'm okay. you want to try looking at Guanzhou Rumu? You want to get stomped by Guanzhou Rumu? There's a G rank experience quest that you can do, that I can do. Where is it? This one. This one, G experience quest. I love how the first thing they let you fight is a Guanzhou fucking Rumu. Guanzhou Rumu. And they have a Tonfa experience. Oh, this is Switch X experience. Fighting against a Guanzhou Lumu? Really? Okaradon. And then all the extreme style trial. Me. Me. You. Me. You. Can I make Inagami weapons as well? I'm pretty sure there is, right? Go weapons. Oh! Oh, Susume! Oh! Oh! They recommend this weapon? Oh, that's Inagami's weapon. Having two HRs meaning something different. Probably why they added the Emma stuff. Probably. In the I mean, the other Monster Hunter games, they have like LR, HR. I think LR only happens in World? Nah, I don't know. I'm never gonna pretend that I know Monster Hunter stuff. Duapaleto. Oh right, I get to choose one weapon, right? From the thing. Don't I get to make gold armor? I don't get to make gold armor. Oh, I get to make one gold weapon. Weird. Oh, and this game has the best version of Narga. Like, Narga is everywhere, but this game has the best version of Narga. Like, 100%. That looks strong as fuck. Hui Jie Bai Long Da Jian Guang Zhan. I can make this one. Elder Dragon Top Horn. Lance? Hui Jie Bai Long Qiang Guang Tu. The name's like so cool. Too cool. Hui Jie Bai Long Tong Qiang Guang Bao. Hui Jie Bai Long Gong. What do I want to make? And I thought Japanese pickaxe is complex. I could never learn Chinese. I am Jinamen. But yeah, Japanese for me is very difficult. I mean, I don't speak Japanese as my everyday language, but yeah. Chinese is fucking dumb. Let's make a sword and shield easier to. Now, light anima is something I've never seen before. Should I make this one? I think I can make like one. I don't either, but I'm in the process of learning it. I'm from the EU. EU? Nice. A lot of chat is from EU, I think. I might be wrong though, so please don't take my word for it. It's definitely easier to learn than Chinese. Yeah, Chinese is tough, not gonna lie. I have a friend who's learning Chinese and they're making good progress, not gonna lie. They are making good progress. I studied Japanese for a good while. The pronunciation was the easiest part because it's very similar to Finnish. Oh, I didn't know that. It helps that we use the same phonetics. Cool. Is it like E, O, U? Because that's definitely that's Japanese, right? Oh, then you have a good time learning Malay as well. Kenapa? Itulah Malay. Malay kita cakap macam ini. It's not A, E, I, O, U, it's E, O, U as well in Malay. Let's make this one. Yes! Sweet! Our first strong weapon! Yeah. Make go equipment. Oh, I did it! Aside from a few guttural sound like the Japanese pronoun R, like a bit of an I? Otherwise, ta is ta, ka is ka. Only thing I know about Japanese alphabet is that the alphabet song actually slaps and there's no right to. Oh! Oh, like an L. Oh. Oh, yeah. It does. It totally does. Elder Dragon Gem? You're just gonna give me 3 Elder Dragon Gem? Oh my god. Of course I'm gonna take it. Brown SD, it's a penis. I mean, Malaysian Chinese is also like, we don't care about SH, CH. Like, you have like, 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 and then you have Malaysian Chinese 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. We don't care. Malaysian Chinese is very weird because we don't care. What do I want to do again? Upgrade. No! Seneso. Shogun Saber Claw. Wow. I participated in a lot of Finnish-Japanese meetings at the local anime club, and apparently the hey ho ho, these words mean different things in the other language and are open hilarious on both sides. Yeah, we love stuff like that. Like an innocent word in a certain language could be not innocent for another language. Like my Japanese teacher was very amused that Kanakushi Takanasi. It's just 2 Japanese surnames, but in Finnish it means a chicken peed behind. Oh my god! I need to learn that. Kanakushi Takanasi. Takanasi? Honestly, I had no idea you guys speak Chinese in Malaysia. Is it like a national language or just some dialect? It's multicultural country, I would say. Because in Malaysia you have Chinese, you have Malay, you have Chinese, Malay, yeah. Usually we live together, so that's why in Malaysia you always, it's not required, but you will eventually learn 3 languages. You will eventually learn it. Like I speak English, I speak Malay, I speak Chinese, and then you want to count Chinese, how many sub Chinese are there? I'll stop. Oof, oof. Wait, the same here with Hungarians. Oh, nice. I always love like people who can speak multiple languages because I think that's kind of cool. Part of the country are bilingual. Hmm. What do I have to do again? Shit, I don't remember. All right, I want to change. I don't have in style anymore. Who's that? Storm. What does Storm do? Actually, let me go check it out. Wait, did you speak in Spanish, French? Spanish, French, or Latin in school next to English? Oh! Gonna focus on upgrading the chest armor as far as I can at this level to see if it's not up here. I speak English as second language, but I feel like that doesn't count. Why does that doesn't count? It is a language. I gotta go now. Okay. Nice having you in the background, but I need to go now. Okay, okay. Good luck with whatever you're doing. Thanks for the alert. So I can speak German and English, a little French. I used to be good at it. And now I'm learning Norwegian. And I understand French and Spanish, but very little. Which I should be ashamed of because I took French for 10 years. For 10 years in school. But when you don't like a class. Yeah, I get that. Hey, Tyria. Hey, Tyria is kind of cute, but hi, Paradox. Welcome. Okay, what is Storm? No, why? Jumping too full slash. Oh, it's a thrust. Oh. That sucks. Why would you want to do that? The stab looks so dumb. What is this? Ew, just play Earth style. Come on. Hope you're doing good, Paradox. I want to learn Welsh. There's so many languages I never heard before. Oh, do you call those languages like Welsh or Norwegian Scandinavian? Welsh is funny? I love funny languages. Just play Earth. So, Earth. Okay. I'll do maybe like one more quest. Okay, let's try this bitch again. Welsh is funny. It's like speaking English but you're drunk. I'm not sure how biased I am by the Welsh having a dragon in their flag. Oh, they have a dragon in their flag? I should learn that. Probably gonna need some hot drinks. Alright, let's try again. And the bees have stung the fuck out of your tongue. that bad? Not sure. That bad? I didn't mean to do that. Oh, but what the fuck is your HP and stamina? Why is it spending the whole screen? It's not nearly enough. It is not nearly enough, Jade. I got bodied so hard, so many times. But yeah, this is what maximum health and maximum stamina looks like. If they don't fucking matter, Why have gigantic health bars? Because to have a peace of mind. Although sometimes you still get one shot. It matters, like sometimes you don't get one shot, you get two shot. And I think that helps a lot. Shiny. 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 Woohoo! Shiny. I recognize that thing. I will kill you! Had enough of your bullshit! Had enough of your shit! I will kill you! Oh, the spin, the spin, the spin, the spin. Very fuzzy shiny. A deception? Yeah. Oh, I know that move. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna. Shiny explosion. Shiny explosion. Run forward, run back, run forward, run back. Hey yo, I cannot spin. Ah, fuck. The spin is so dumb, man. It is just the spin that's too much. Woo! I just went over the body. Okay. Oh, the spin. It almost reached me. Oh, you gonna? Oh, I'm gonna. I'm gonna. I'm gonna. I'm gonna. I will destroy you. Kobo had enough of your shit. Alright, time to go. Run? Yeah. Decided by full shiny. Because you lied to Kobo. Now you're gonna pay the price. Ooh, double hit, okay. Uh-oh. What? Again? I don't like that move. Don't drink Mega Nutrient! Oh my god, I didn't need to drink a Mega Nutrient. Where's my Transcend? There it is. Do I do it again? Oh, that's what you're doing. Oops, I misunderstood your intention. Now I will run away. Explosion shiny. Thanks for the book. Woohoo! Ow. Uh-oh. Speed? Woohoo! I should make a boop sound so that I know when I get boop. And I like boops. And boops are good. 300. I'm like Sisyphus. Oh. Sisyphus? Do I have Mind's Eye when I have full health? No, I don't. Beam? That's a hit. Bones. Oh, 2 shouts is run. 1 shout goes back. Goes back shout is spin. What? No. I was blocking. I was blocking. I wanna kill this scorpion. The scorpion lied to me. Because he didn't give me shine. I don't... Uh-oh. Speed. Here is so I can double today. Wah! 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 but... No! No! I saw that. Max potion. How? Is that unblockable? That has to be unblockable. It's stupid. So that move is OP then. You can either dodge it, I guess. If that move is unblockable, I hate it. T-Rock Bun is also adorable. That I'm actually blocking. It's fast. Getting hit by the initial tail. It's not that bad. Oh, you're gonna get it now, bitch. Hadouken! Did I miss? I missed, I think. It has some weird glow though. The best thing about being a Kobo is the prerogative to have a little fun and go totally crazy. Go totally crazy. Bathe in some gravy. That rhymes, right? Yeah, that rhymes. But then again, yeah. Being a Kobo, as a Kobo myself, I do love... It's unblockable! I feel like having fun most of the time, because why not? I mean, look at me, I'm having fun right now, hell yeah. Fuck it. Yeah. When I see a jump back shout, just sheath my weapon. Man, I feel like a Kobo. Don't we all? Kobo, being a Kobo is nice. Oh, cool beans. Oh. Ooh, almost died. Yeah. Oh, I blocked it. I got hit 3 times. With 1 max potion left. Yep. Yep. Kobo is super nice, great Kobo energy in this one. I'm more of a... This Kobo right here is more of a chill, low energy Kobo most of the time. has AoE. Fuck. Shakes Kobo violently. Why? I'm getting bullied by a scorpion. Scorpion.
Emotional damage.
Well. Bullied by a scorpion? Dang, that's gonna sting. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got stung. So much that I don't feel anything anymore. I become so numb. It must be close to dying. That's a hit. Wow, I couldn't believe it. Cool. The jump back. Double shout this run. Oh. Oh no, the bomb killed me. No, like, guess I have to claw my way back into good graces. I should consume food. What? Food, good. Go get food. Go get food, Nexus. A very important food. And Kobo wants to get food as well. Kobo is getting hungry. Not again. Oh no, I tried. Alright. How much health does this bitch has? Oh, I got hit twice. I'm stunned. I'm stunned for sure now. Cool. The more I fight this scorpion, the more I feel like this scorpion's liver of cheese. Unblockable shit, unreactable shit. The health of a fucking submarine, I guess. Why does everything whip? A weird hitbox sometimes as well, this monster. Where heck? I wanna boop. And Kobo will offer boops as well. Double shout. Single shout. Back. Oh! Spin, spin. Shout, shout, back, shout is spin. It's like a fucking Morse code at this point. Why do you have a health of a submarine? How much health do you have? Insane. A Kobo stun? More like stunning? Am I stunning? Wow. Oh no, sometimes it's unresponsive too. The camera were at the corner as well. Very sus. Let's go. Sorry, who? Whoever you are, you're amazing. Give me a second. I'll fucking kill this thing. Double shot. Oh, you're mega pissed now. Oh, now the real fight begins? Why do you have a phase 2? Fuck. Thank you, camera. Squish the fuck out of that thing. Yeah, I'm trying. flat shoot Taddy fan. Thanks for the follow. That I don't like that. I don't like when the camera does that and I cannot see anything. The only thing that pisses me off more is having no visual on the things that killed me. And that is mega rude. When camera don't let me see what happened, that's the game's fault. I don't know why games don't implement a trigger that transfers you to first-person camera when it's in the wall. At least like that, you know that you're able to get shit on and you can roll it. Yeah. But it's not first-person, I guess. At least let me have some form of control with the camera. Because at the camera, the game is like, oh, you're at the wall. Let me try to realign the camera for you. Look at this. Wait, it doesn't work. What the fuck? Yeah, when it does something like that, let me try to realign the camera for you. And then when I was trying to like look at the monster, the game is like, no, let me realign for you. It's like, fuck off, man. You were limping. Doesn't help when I don't have full health. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get one shot by the tail move. This time. Oh, that's a new one. Are you trying to regain the armor? That's one way to do it, I guess. Tree shouts. Tree shouts does this. What the fuck? It is so random. They didn't go back. Okay, 2 shouts walk forward. What are you doing? It's doing all the random stuff. Now I cannot get the shine. Thanks, I blocked it. Shouts? Yeah, 2 shouts, run forward. 1 shout, run back. No. Weren't you already limping, you asshole? Fish out. Spin. Oh, that was 2 hit. Okay. Like, seriously, how much fucking health do you have? You had more health than Inagami, you fuck. That's the entirety of my heal. I can just do it. Please kill. Fuck you. Get Hadouken, bitch. Kobo hates you. Kobo doesn't like you. This thing is disrespecting fucking all the shinies. Destroying shinies, throwing shinies. Fuck. Wyvern oil? You're not even a wyvern. No remorse for shiny. We must protect the shiny liberation international troop. We must assemble. That was insane. This thing has the most health out of everything. Like everything that I've fought against, this one has the most health by far. Does Slit Force win again? Of course. But then again, I used all my. All my stuff, my honey, they hurt her blue mushroom, dragon toast, 2 mega nutrient max potions. And JP are wheat blood. Another strange military sword. It sells for no amount. I did something. Just paint a red mushroom blue and bam, problem solved. No, I need to make a potion for that. Isn't red mushroom dangerous? Shit, that was tough. We still have a lot more. I think for the quest I can still do it off stream if I can. If I have time, I'll do it. Yeah, like quests like these, and then I'll try to get more HR ranks or like HR quests done. Like these are all the quests that need to be done right until here. White Dragon. If Fatalis is not White Dragon, unless this is White Fatalis. Shit. Maybe this is why Fatalis. Alright, I think I'll stop here. It's 7:18 p.m. I want food. And Kobo is getting hungry. And when Kobo is getting hungry, she gets hangry. Hangry. Yeah, hangry is a word, right? Hangry. Hangry. Nourish the body. I will. Nourish my body. Give me a second. Let me open up the stuff. Ooh, that was loud. Good music. I like this music. Hungry plus angry equals hangry, right? It's a word. I'm hangry. I'm hangry. Oh, let me snooze the ad. I don't want the ad playing. Yeah, food good. I can't wait to get food. Metal Kobo. Oh, it's another Kobo. A Kobo is playing Gunfire Reborn. We found Kobo. I mean, I've seen this Kobo before, but not... I think I rated Metal Kobold before, right? I mean, it's Kobold. Yeah, I rated them before. Let's rate 2 Kobold again. Today is... Saturday. Alright, Saturday is... Oh, over at Dazi, I assume Dazi is like at Friday. That's why Dazi is not streaming. Oh, thank you, Lex. That's a great message. Give me a second. I gotta summon Bernie real quick. We need Bernie. We need Bernie. 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 Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thank you, Bernie. Appreciate it, Bernie. Thank you, Bernie. Thanks, Bernie. And also, I have a Discord. It's usually where I update my stream. 24 away. What's 24? I have a Discord. We share dragon stuff. And also I update my stream over there. You get to know it firsthand if anything happens. And we have a lot of dragon sipping corner as well. Oh, Jay is close to redeem. Oh, the redeem! Shit, I forgot. I need to do the 3D model. But if you have the redeem is paused for now though, Jade. And if you join us, if you join the raid, you will get 250. Right? I need to finish. I need to finish my previous one, and then I need to continue doing this as well. But then again, I also have Bled I need to finish. If it's paused or not because I didn't have the points. True. CC Fuss mode. Who's CC Fuss? Oh, actually, what's a CC Fuss? the rock guy? Dwayne Johnson? No? The guy who rolled a boulder uphill for eternity. What? That's kinda scary. No, that's very scary though. That sounds really bad. Isn't it? Wouldn't they be tired if they keep doing that? I mean, my hand will fall off. Or it depends on how big the boulder is. Is it like a bigger than human kind of rock, or just like a rock they can hold? It's very big? Oh shit. What? That sucks. I don't want to do that. Oh god. Oh god. No. That's very scary. Did you have the 24 points? The redeem is possible now, but I will most definitely get back to making it. It's mostly used as a metaphor for futility. Futility, as in it's all for nothing? Question mark? Something like that. That should be futility, right? The word. Basically, yeah. But it's not all for nothing. I'll still continue doing the redeem though. Just haven't been doing it because of the blabs lately I got. But I'm pretty sure after the blabs I'll continue doing it. Or I could do it this Monday. And this Monday I'll continue doing the fox that I started and haven't finished yet. I haven't finished yet. I'll do it. Yeah. Like it will definitely continue. It is something that I want to continue making. But yeah, I do agree that 150k is a lot, but making a 3D model shoulder art is kinda difficult. It's not futile, but Jade is being a bean. Jade has always been a bean. Like, Jade has always been a bean. I mean, Jade even recommended Dragon Pilot for me to watch, which has actual dragon dragon anatomy lessons in the show. We all beans here? Yeah, we all beans here. It's all good. I'm extra futile. No, Jade, why? I understand now. I'm still thinking about the thing though. You know, the thing you guys told me about. The Kobo Care play party. The Kobo Care play party in the Discord. I want to do that. I sincerely want to do it. Yeah. I really want to do it. I don't know how. I don't know how to start. I feel like I'm missing a lot of I don't know. If I have to spend my 150k points to redeem that, I will walk up that hill. I should make an announcement then. I think that's a good start. Like, set a time, and then of course it's like it will definitely be like 1 week ahead, not too long, not too short. So 1 week ahead of time, I will set the time so that everyone will know the time, can make time for it. Unless some unfortunate things happen, like they have to run off like mid but hopefully that doesn't happen. And I'll try to make a time that is most favorable for the general audience, right? So I was thinking around probably between my time, Saturday to Sunday, around that time, because most people will most likely be more leisure. They will have more free time for themselves. Definitely not weekdays though, because oof. I want people to enjoy without having to stress thinking about like, will this do it? I mean, you should have 24 points now, right? think it's like 5 minutes 10 points if I remember correct. I think 2 away. No, we don't say that. Yes, I'm there. the raw emotion, showing the raw emotion. Yay. Good job. Now, now I can. Where did that come from? No, why? He came from inside my head. Oh my god! I mean, that's the first thing. That's the first thing you thought of when you got the 150k. Fuck! I'm tearing up. It's just all of a sudden. Not over the Kobo, please share the stream. Yeah, I have a stream to do. Not in try to target your next. Oh my god. So aggressive. Oh my god, Jade is so aggressive with the coom. Oh yeah, didn't I say I went to raid Jade and I'm getting hungry? I can raid now, right? Lex can technically, weave away and shield. But isn't web susceptible to getting, like, if you get the web wet, then it will be rendered useless? No? Question mark? But they'll take the fun out of it. Oh yeah, that's a fair point too. That's a spirit. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna type in the raid real quick. Ray metal. Oh, it's not KIL, it's KOL. KOL. That should be it. Well, why don't I just copy and paste the name? G. There we go. Easy. Alright, Kobo is gonna go get sustenance. Tomorrow, I was thinking of playing Tekken, but no way I can play Tekken right now. It's Monster Hunter Frontier. Come on, I cannot play Tekken tomorrow. Fuck, there's Monster Hunter Frontier going on. So tomorrow, Monster Hunter Frontier. Hopefully I will not be too late like today. It's just a lot happening. A lot is happening before I stream today. Namely, stomach issues. Let's just say that, right? Okay. So tomorrow will be more Monster Hunter Frontier, and that's pretty much it. Hopefully I'm not missing anything. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all. He comes to read to metal. Kobo. Metal Kobold. Wait. Oh yeah, the raid message is gone. Oops. Oh, because I copy and pasted the name. Yeah, I can type it. I typed the wrong thing. Wait, no, it's pitch black. I cannot see anything. Uh-oh. I got it. Yeah. Let me copy this. Kobo started reading all the shinies. Shiny. I want to eat shiny. Can I eat them? It feels like they'll give a good crunch, no? I kind of want to eat them. They sound and look delicious. Not the decisive shiny though. What's a decisive shiny? A shiny that decides thing? There's a company that makes pop rock type of candy and share with valuable gems.
I need it.
Alright, let's take care, everyone. See you guys tomorrow. Love y'all. Spooches. Bye, bye. Take care. Kobo loves y'all. Take care, take care. Bye, 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 bye.